Okay, now it's working. Right, so let's do leveling. So I don't think it makes sense at this point to do like pit pushing or whatever. Since, you know, tomorrow we're gonna get all glyphs at level 100, so why would you, like, now spend the time leveling the glyphs from level, whatever, 50 to... God, this is the wrong waypoint. Jesus. Go away! Messing up my timing. Right, let's try again. Very difficult game. Very difficult. What I wanted to do was... Oh, most likely it doesn't really matter what we spec, because there's gonna be hopefully people farming the maiden. We have to switch difficulty. Oh, don't tell me this goddamn town has no difficulty statue as well. Oh, Jesus. This game is just bad. Who cares, right? Not a speedrun. I just want to know how long it takes, but apparently... So they said they have difficulty statues everywhere. Apparently, you know, the only town I teleported to does not have one. So we're gonna go to, like, expert right away. Because, you know, leveling is gonna be a piece of cake, most likely. You're welcome, bro. Appreciate it. So... Yeah, let's see. Latency here. Latency is very bad on this PTR. I feel like. Where's the Blood Maiden? I think it's some. There's nobody at the Maiden. That's bad already. I was expecting somebody to be there. So let's just summon it. Probably people are gonna come. So this spawns a lot of non-elites, and at the very beginning, you know, it's if you really have no support, which is not going to be the real situation if, you know, the new season starts, there's going to be people everywhere. But if you really have no support in the very beginning, you most likely have to run from elites, but again, usually you will see people here. And this is gonna go very, very fast. So, as you can see, like, I don't even wanna, like, pick skill points or anything, because we're gonna probably be, like, level 20 in, like, no time. Why is nobody helping me? Okay. I just want to level. Try this time. How do you even pick skill points while, like, nobody is helping you against these exploding whatever guys? I feel like this is, like, so annoying. Why it's only spawning like the suicide bombers. Why can't it just spawn regular mobs so I can just pick my goddamn skill points without dying? Anyway, doesn't really matter at this point. Oh, sorry, I only play solo. Group play is not for me. I'm like a antisocial person. Can I pick some skill points now, maybe? Okay, so we won't have Hydra. We have the weird-ass Familiar. So I thought the Familiar would be very nice for leveling, but it has a super long cooldown. But still, I think Conjurations are gonna be best for leveling. Mainly because of Conjuration Mastery and the movement speed, honestly. I mean, there's just no point grouping up in this game. There's just people everywhere. Just go where the people are. I don't really see a point in grouping in these leveling scenarios, honestly. It's just gonna slow you down in the end if you're like waiting or whatever. And nobody really cares about this XP bonus. I cannot even tell you if it's gonna be firewalled. It really depends how fast it goes. But it's probably gonna be still Firewall, yeah. It's probably gonna be Firewall with Fire Familiar. Because we have a key passive, which basically gives us an absurd amount of damage when we... not key passive, like a passive, which gives like a lot of damage if you only have like, for example, fire skills on your bar. Which is very, very strong. So you're probably gonna pick all the Conjurations. And I don't know if you're even gonna cast Firewall. It depends really on the damage. But mainly you're gonna go for fire damage. And then just put fire abilities on your bar. So you can just put random stuff on at the very beginning. And this is exactly how the leveling is gonna be, right? So don't think that there's gonna be like any very interesting leveling phase. It's still gonna be exactly the same like before. You're just gonna do some random grinding, but there's still no... I mean, there's literally, again, no progression, right? I mean, I don't really understand why they hype this. You know, you start at, you know... I mean, this is the 3rd difficulty level. Like, why would you even, like, think about going any lower? I just feel like the difficulty scale is just so way off again. Like, nobody will ever start... Maybe you're gonna start in the 2nd tier, but you will never start in the 1st tier. That is just so far off, like, the reality. Right, so we get Conjuration Mastery. Then next we get Ice Blades. Yeah, I don't even know if the next season is gonna be about exploring the new content, right? Isn't that just face roll? I mean, I don't think there's gonna be any difficulty, right? You're just gonna go through it. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty is way off. Like, you know, without any gear and 200 Paragon points, I was easily able to, you know, clear tier 80 pit with a bricked weapon and shit like that. So, I mean, the difficulty is definitely so far off. And leveling, I mean, this is not even seasonal, right? So I have no XP buff whatsoever, and, you know, I'm level 15 in like 9 minutes. It is just way too easy. I feel like they should maybe double the difficulty, maybe even triple it. So you would actually have like some kind of a progression. I don't know, maybe it's just a number they can adjust, who knows? Like, sometimes I get surprised. We're gonna get the enchantment quest. Do I even care about the enchantment quest at this point, honestly? I mean, yeah, let's just do it, whatever. We gotta do it anyway, right? Yeah, the trick for 20 minutes leveling, that's just like getting invited to a group and, you know, clearing strongholds all the time. I wouldn't really call that leveling, that's just some bullshit exploit. I don't think it's even an exploit, it's just some bullshit. I mean, I wouldn't be, like, even interested in doing that stuff. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like, getting the gear, like, having the winter glass and stuff like that, you know, you wouldn't be able to blast like that on a new season, obviously. But still, it still tells you something about the difficulty level. And I don't think leveling, I mean, are you gonna start with like 200 Paragon points, or are you gonna start with 1? That is the question, right? Because right now the characters got copied over, so I would assume we're gonna start with just the renown Paragon points, right? The 20 or whatever it's gonna be. So that's obviously gonna make it substantially more difficult in the beginning. But, you know, you're gonna have those 200 Paragon points pretty fast, I would assume. And really, you don't really need more than 250 to max out your boards. Even with 200, you can pretty much get 90% of your board's damage. So, just in the current state, it's like way too easy. No, it's... I don't think they wanted the max difficulty to be harder. They just basically casualized the game even more. And I think that's their approach, basically. They just want to casually... They want better gameplay experience for casuals. So they basically make the leveling journey a little bit longer for like the hardcore gamers, right? So they're gonna add like the more Paragon grind. But besides that, really, they make the game more appealing to casuals. Because the leveling journey is gonna be better, right? The leveling of the glyphs from like level 1 to 50, like level 45, that's gonna be way more interesting for pretty much everyone. But, you know, the very end game is literally not changed. So it's just gonna take a little bit longer until the, you know, the hardcore gamers gonna reach like the end. But then it's gonna be the same like before. So, I mean, except for like this raid, obviously, but, you know. Maybe I should skill Firewall. The Conjurations are like just a little bit weak by themselves, but I just wanna find this goddamn box anyway. Oh. Yeah, but I don't think the raid's gonna be challenging. I really doubt that. Because they want casuals to play it. I don't see them making a very hard raid, which casuals cannot do. I just don't see that. You know, in Lost Ark they did that, because Lost Ark wasn't really played by casuals. But I don't see it for D4. I think it's gonna be... I mean, it depends obviously on the difficulty scaling, right? So if it really scales with the difficulty, like, kind of well, if it's like kind of World of Warcraft style, you know, with the very low looking for raid, and then the normal version and the heroic version and the mystic version, maybe it's gonna be like this. No, I didn't make any Sorc Paragon. Paragon is completely random right now. I mean, I just counted out the boards, basically, what glyphs you need. And Paragon is gonna be the stupidest system at all. Like, literally every Sorc build is gonna use the same 3 boards. And then you have one optional board for the build. Which is really gonna depend on, if you are fire or not, basically. Not even... So there's basically going to be Paragon for fire, and there's basically going to be Paragon for not fire. The glyphs are exactly the same for every single build, except for, you know, except for Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear is going to use Destruction. Other builds are probably just going to use Intelligence glyphs, because they're much stronger. But Paragon is going to be the complete joke. I like the new color though, the whatever. I have no clue why it's music color, but I like it. Yeah, exactly. So for the average D4 player, these changes are great because it. I mean, you have to say like the progression system is much better than before. Before you started Helltide, there was literally no progression. At some point, you were level 100, and that's it. And now, at least, you have a decent glyph progression. I mean, this difficulty progression, I mean, we will see once we reach level 50 of if it really exists. But I don't think going to the 4th difficulty tier is going to be any issue. And as you can see, this is the 3rd difficulty tier, right? This is Expert. And this is... I mean, this is not even remotely challenging. I don't know. I feel like it's just too easy for calling it Expert, right? Just... Then don't call it Expert. Because this should be challenging. It's not an issue. So the casual will not get Torment 4 pretty much ever, right? So the semi, like the, you know, casual, above, little intermediate, whatever you want to call it, the guy who's only playing 2 hours a week is not going to go to Torment 4 at all. The grind for Ancestral Gear is just way too slow. The grind for uniques, that a casual is never going to go there. So you really have to understand, like 90% of this game's players are never going to reach Torment 4 whatsoever. They're never going to grind uniques, and you're not going to succeed in Torment 4 without like farming at least some uniques. So they are not going to reach that. So from that point of view, it's a good progression system for them, because they can just go for the pit tier 15 or whatever it is, you know, farm up their glyphs. Maybe they eventually gonna get like even a level 45 glyph at some point, but I doubt they're gonna even reach Torment 4. What I'm saying is, like, if they're not gonna reach Torment 4 anyway, why not make Torment 4 like 10 times as hard as it is right now? So you have something for the hardcore gamers, like for the guys, like for the streamers who play like 15 hours a day, have something for them to do. Because they're gonna be, after day 1 or day 2, they're gonna be exactly at the same state where we're gonna be right now. Yes, the way going there was like a little bit different, but in the end, it's just gonna be exactly the same. And the Paragon boards, they made them way more easy than before even. Like, now you don't even have to make decisions. I mean, yeah, even the boards from the intelligence, most are the same. Yeah, there's 2 boards which have more intelligence than others. But that's pretty much it. Yeah, go back to Helltide. So... And that's why everybody... I don't know why everybody was so hyped after this campfire, because I was watching and I was like, this is just some number squishing, but really nothing really... Yeah, I would never play a game in actual hardcore if I had, like, something to do. Because, you know what, this game is so freaking buggy and there's so many one-shot mechanics. you know, you just need to lag once and you're just dead. So I don't see a reason to play like hardcore in like any games like that unless you have the time. But you know, if you play hardcore, you have to accept that your character is gonna randomly die. And that is just not for me. Like, I would not play again. And also, like, if I want to make content and my character dies, I cannot make content anymore. And since I cannot play 10, 15 hours a day to just level a new character, that's an issue for me, right? But I just don't really see, like, D4 being so hardcore friendly. Just because of the whole one-shot story. Like, there's just random one-shots happening, and I feel like if you have a hardcore game, you need, like, a protection from one-shots somehow. Like, from the random ones. If there's, like, buggy mobs which just instantly one-shot you without you, like, remember, like, the corpse bows and stuff in the very beginning, and you're playing hardcore, that's just gonna be, like, a terrible experience. I don't really see, like, that being healthy for a game. Well, I mean... I don't know. I mean... I guess it really depends on the player. I just think, like, the more time you invest, the worse Diablo 4 gets. And I think they're in a pretty good spot for people who do not play a lot. And I think they're in an absolute horrible spot for people who play a lot. Like, it was... I would say it was unacceptable before. I would say now it's somewhere in between horrible and absolutely horrible. So I think it's still very, very bad. And if I would be like, you know, a huge content creator playing 10 plus hours a day, I couldn't deal with this game. I would just get my freaking... It's so boring. Like if you know... It's a different story, obviously, if you're doing streaming for a living, right? But if you look at Rob or something like that, and he has like a chest full of 250 Greater FX Mythic Uniques, you know, I just see like somebody being extremely bored. Because the game literally doesn't give you really a content, right? So why would you farm the same item 15 million times and then, you know, keep crafting the same item just to get it with like a different Greater FX or stuff like that? I mean, obviously, you know, if you're paid for playing a game, that's cool, but it's freaking boring. If the game would actually give you decent progression, like for example Path of Exile, you will need like hundreds of hours and you can still improve naturally by crafting gear and stuff like that. And in D4, like, you hit the ceiling like so fast and then all what's left is just random, you know, gamble upgrading items. There's really no crafting system, there's no gear progression system anymore or anything, right? So that's the deal with D4 and endgame. I cannot even switch this. I think it's lagging too hard. Impossible bracer to equip. Oh, now it goes. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the more you play, the worse this game just gets. So the fun of a season is super cool, especially if they will return goddamn season mechanics. I hate that they haven't been doing season mechanics for the past 2 seasons. But yeah, there was so much new gear that it's still gonna be interesting, right? But if there's no season mechanic for next season, it's gonna be boring after like 2 weeks again. Because there's literally nothing new to do. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing with a group of friends, it's not boring because you're, you know, just bullshit talking with your friends. But actually, you know, the game, it doesn't make the game more interesting. It's just, you know, you're like socializing, right? It's different, like if you for example like play Dota or like League of Legends or whatever, right? Then, you know, the game is not gonna get boring. It's gonna be the same goddamn game all the time, but you know, the gameplay always evolves a little bit different, and you're playing with like friends or people or whatever. So it's a different kind of game. But in D4, it's like, I mean, what are you grinding for, right? Like, there's no ultimate grind. I mean, sure, you can find the 4 greater FX Shaco, but what's it gonna do? Like, it's not gonna really change a goddamn thing. And like in D2, you could grind high runes before all the duping and shit. Like, it was like a great goal to grind. In Path of Exile, you know, you can find a goddamn headhunter, or you can find a mirror, which is extremely rare, but then, you know, gives you like one of the best items in the game and stuff like that. So the progression is just different. So that's just something which D4 cannot offer. Yeah, because D4 has only solo players, because it's mainly for casuals. I mean, I just feel like Blizzard should just stop trying to appeal to the non-casual crowd. You know, I know that they're trying hard, but I feel like it's the effort is for nothing. I don't really see it doing a whole lot, honestly. Maybe I want to go for Ice Blades enchantment. Because I feel like it's way better to just, you know, focus on seasons, right? Make a good seasonal theme every season. Just give me a good seasonal theme, give me like skill alterations, give me like whatever, the Rune of Fire, which is going to transform all my frost skills into fire, so it looks cool. So I have 2 weeks to like have fun, enjoy the game and play. You know, I buy the goddamn battle pass, I get the cosmetics, everybody is happy. And then after 2 weeks, I go back and play a game which is actually much deeper. Like, whatever, maybe Path of Exile. Or maybe I don't play a game at all, I just do anything else. But, you know, I just couldn't play Diablo for like such an extended period of time. No, there were no things like that. There was nothing rare in this game, never. The progression hasn't really changed since vanilla. They just made leveling and stuff like that faster. But, you know, there was no rare items or anything. Like, nothing in the itemization changed other than the, you know, the tempering and masterworking, which is basically just RNG. But there was never any rare items in this game, except for the Uber Uniques, okay? The Uber Uniques were so freaking rare, yeah. They were basically unfindable. That's correct, but well, that's a different, because it wasn't rare, it was not in the game basically, right? So if it had been rare, that would be okay, but that item was literally not in the game. Like in PoE, you can drop a mirror, right? That's technically possible, but it was really not possible to drop an Uber unique. But still, I mean, it's just like currency is missing, like the runes. Like, now we get the rune words. The rune words are not rune words. Like, the rune words is, for me, it's pretty much a random mechanic to boost your character. But I don't see them having anything to do with rune words but the name. It is not really rune words. I don't even understand why they call it that way. For me, it has absolutely nothing to do with rune words. I would have just called it different. I would have called it runes. Don't call it rune words, just call it runes. Yeah, exactly. It's another gem, basically. It's pretty much exactly the same like the legendary gems in D3, but you know, it has a little twist, obviously, right? It's a little different. But yeah, I would say it's a legendary gem. Just call it skill rune or whatever. So the leak about the new theme, by the way, is just in the starting. Like, if you open your client, it just says the season. If you hover it, it just says season of the, I forget what it was. So I wouldn't even call it the leak, it's just in there. But it didn't even say anything about what's in the season. So the seasonal theme didn't really say there's going to be a seasonal mechanic, so there might just be no seasonal mechanic once again. Yeah. Yeah, Season of Hatred, whatever. And it said like you can, you know, there's some special content, whatever, hatred. What is it? Infernal Pits? I don't even remember what it was, honestly. Just some random content, right? So the content of the Infernal Hordes is also completely random, right? Nobody ever entered these Infernal Hordes dungeons. They were just useless. And I think it's just gonna be, I mean, useless for non-casuals. For casuals, again, it was a cool thing. But I think that's pretty much going to be it. By the way, I forgot to split the goddamn enchantment. Who cares, right? So let's see. Let's do some skills. I want Ice Blades. Where's all my skill points? They're all in Archmage, right? Ice Blade, Ice Blade. And now I actually want Ice Blade enchantment, right? Let's just do cooldown spamming here. No, the character's not playable on your expansion. I mean, your Eternal Realm characters will carry over to expansion, but not this. This is just PTR. I mean, do you like see now? Now put this into perspective, right? Does this leveling look any interesting to you? Is this like? I feel like this is even more boring than before. But I don't know. Like I don't really see any difference in the leveling phase here whatsoever. It just feels faster. I mean, maybe they don't have a seasonal theme, because, you know, what they revealed was just, you know, there's gonna be a content you can play. But, you know, content I can play, is not really so important for me, honestly. I want seasonal mechanic which is altering my skills, my gameplay. I don't really care about new content, honestly, because it's just gonna be face roll. And probably it's just gonna be Infernal Hordes anyway. Like, I mean, you have to start from scratch if you're playing seasonal, but you can always use your Eternal character. How can you report bugs on the runes? The runes don't even exist. I mean, I haven't seen a rune yet, so I guess they're just gonna release the runes tomorrow. But I don't know. Kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I mean, you can pick up the legendaries, right? And they're gonna increase an item level. If you want to call it a gear progression. But, I mean, it's not worse even looking at the items, right? And that's obviously no good gear progression there. I don't know, I just feel like the leveling phase, it is... I just don't enjoy this whole story. Like, I really enjoyed the Diablo 2 campaign, where you play, you get your skill points for the campaign, you play it in 3 different difficulties, and then after that you can reach some kind of an end game. And I really enjoyed that, you know, the campaign grind there, because it's actually something meaningful. And what we're doing here is, it's just stupid grinding. I mean, I don't know, I don't even remember the campaign. You basically will never replay the campaign, because why would you? The campaign difficulty level was extremely low even in the first playthrough. Am I alone here, by the way? Yes, like a... Oh. So I'm just gonna pick up like all the chests now, and then I'm gonna jump to whatever level instantly. Oh, nice elixir. I mean, is it... I don't know, these even have exactly the same stat. That's just so weird. What am I missing here? Cooldown passive, this passive. I mean, it's just... I feel like the game just makes it very obvious for you that you just want to... Not even want to. Like, you have to go through this leveling process. You could just skip this process. You could just say, you know what? Just start with a level 60 if you want. Just give me the checkbox. Like, if you made it to level 60 once, just give me a checkbox. Skip to level 60 right away. Like, you still have to play it once, which is for the casuals. But for the other ones, like, why am I doing this, right? There's absolutely no point in this whole leveling phase at all. It's just gonna take probably, I don't even know how many hours. And then you're gonna be there, and the gear is gonna be irrelevant. And so why not just skip it entirely? I mean, saves you like 4 hours of your life for a leveling process, which is just too... I don't know. It's just too simple, too easy. Really doesn't give me a whole lot. Pick up the elixirs here to get my... But you know... I think they just made a big mistake. They just released like 1 year too early. Like right now, the game is in a state where, you know, if D4 had released in this state, you know, the reception would have been pretty good, right? So just imagine, like, turn the time back for 1 year, right? And the game would have released in the state right now. And now it would be 1 year later. They could have iterated on the game properly. We would probably have some kind of a crafting system, you know, and everything would be figured out. But they are still like... They still haven't found the identity of the game. They're still working on that for, like, since a year. You know, they are moving the game towards the identity of D3. I mean, you just can't argue against this. They're making exactly the same they did in D3. And I don't know when D3 lost casuals, right? I think D3 was very casual friendly in the beginning because, again, you had the campaigns and, you know, had the increasing difficulties. And at some point you would just get stuck. And then you would be like, you know what, I made it like to normal, nightmare, and I'm halfway through hell and it's getting too difficult for me. So, you know, I'm just gonna call it a day. So I gave the casuals, whatever, like 60 hours, 80 hours of gameplay, and good enough, right? So I feel like that was actually pretty good. And this whole endgame focused approach they are making... I don't know. I think it's not their identity anymore. I think Blizzard as a company has lost that identity. Maybe I should get Firewall at some point. Like, my AoE is just horrible. I mean, I can... I should probably just get Fireball enchantment. That sounds like a plan, right? Critical strike, right? Yeah. Fair enough. Wow. Unstoppable would be freaking nice. Oh yeah, I didn't even check the familiar enchantment. That's a good point. I have never looked what it's actually doing. What does it do? Each time you summon a non-familiar conjuration, you have a 25% chance. This is actually pretty cool. But I mean, I'm not gonna get it yet. I'm gonna get it on level 30, most likely. Yeah, but I wouldn't use it over Fireball, I think. I mean, I would have to get I would have to get Firewall, but you know, I'm really just too lazy to respec at this point. So obviously I didn't leave the town far enough to see the chests. Also, I didn't temper, right? So you should have tempered by this time. I'm just gonna finish the chest in Helltide, and then I'm gonna do Hydra Head tempering. Yeah, I mean, it is... So Conjurations is a pretty cool playstyle, right? Because you really don't have to care about, like, spamming shit. I mean, usually they do good enough, I would say. I mean, I didn't temper anything. So they would probably do, like, 3 times the damage or something like that. If tempered. No, probably even 5 times the damage. And Conjuration damage temper, by the way, is pretty strong. Let's kill this. I'm probably gonna switch, get that at level 30, that enchantment. Do I have... I think I have lightning, whatever, what is it called? I think I have splintering energy on my gear randomly. That lightning spear just obliterated everything. So my chest just disappeared. Nice. Is my threat meter bugged? I think so. How did I forget this? Didn't I just open that chest? Am I stupid? I mean, life on hit would be nice, so I wouldn't die. Yeah, I think it's good at level 30. I mean, what other enchant would you use at this point, right? Firewall enchant, that's just bullshit. Firebolt enchant makes no sense. Ice Blades enchant would be another option probably, but... Well, let's see what this guy does. Some work. Wow. That movement speed is like not existing. Yeah, I have a splintering energy randomly on my gear. Seven minutes to open the other chests. If this wouldn't be so laggy. Dummies can attack now? Interesting. Why would I need a firewall though? Because I don't even want to stand here and fight. I feel like I'm doing good without. Just wait until I'm tempered, then everything is gonna die with one shot. Right now I have no tempering and I have no really damaging gear on. So I'm just lacking a little bit of damage. But I feel like I'm just kiting them, so if I would actually stop and cast firewalls, I think I would be even slower. Because these just die fast enough. And with the Conjurations you have the big advantage of movement speed. So it really does like quite a bit. Especially in the early game, like that movement speed from Conjuration Mastery. Oh, come on, guys. Just let me loot. I mean, I feel like this is good enough, honestly. Probably not gonna kill this treasure goblin. Maybe I will, though. Nice. Nice kill there. Well, let's do this one here. Also, I feel like you get more cinders in World Tier 1 now. I don't know. I feel like after 20 minutes of Blood Maiden I had like 1600. Whatever this World Tier is called, actually. So I think you also get the real gifts, not even in like Penitent or whatever that next difficulty level is called. This. Come on, dude. Oh, boots. You always want to pick up boots. All right. So after this we're gonna do Tempering, and then we can either do Nightmare Dungeon or Helltide. I guess Nightmare Dungeon is gonna be too slow at the very beginning because you just don't have the movement speed, so it's gonna take forever to finish a Nightmare Dungeon. I feel like really doing Nightmare Dungeons before you have movement speed is kind of pointless. Stupid Hellfire raiding. This is like extremely laggy. I mean, this leveling is very, very fast, I guess. So I really want to see how it transforms if you go all fire. Basically, as soon as we are level 50. What's the best build without mythic uniques? I don't know. Blizzard. Oh, this is not even the real chest. This is the real chest. Wait, so is it still that you can start this encounter even though the Helltide is gonna finish? The density is good though. I feel like the density is higher than it was before. I think it's not gonna work because the Whisper's gonna expire. Next season everybody's gonna get 3 free Mythic Uniques anyway, so we're not gonna have that issue anymore. It's the new rune crafting thing. I mean, this looks pretty strong with the Familiar Enchantment. I don't know if the ones from the rune crafting will also be guaranteed greater affix. We will see. Tomorrow, I guess. So let's go to Sariga, maybe? Okay, so now we're just gonna swap random gear on. What is the weapons here? Oh, they have like weird weapons. What do we have? 270? 275, int, max life, mana on kill. Pretty much the same, right? So I can temper both. Ring with attack speed, sounds good. Another one with int max life crit, int max life crit. Yeah, whatever. Some boots with some movement speed, pretty good. That's already it, right? So let's do tempering. Good, I have 2 stuffs that I can now temper the Hydras here. Go. That's 4 heads. So then we just go for... What are you going? Conjuration cooldown reduction probably, right? Probably Lightning Spear cooldown reduction would be good here. Or Conjuration damage. Conjuration damage is actually out of control. But I only care about fire, honestly. So... I don't even know what I want. I guess I just go for fire. Yeah, I think full fire is best because you can use the passive, which is just very, very strong. I don't have an amulet. Oh, you can still do this, right? I think full fire is just best. The other things are not gonna do any damage whatsoever. Maybe we get some attack speed? No, I don't even care. You just go full damage. Full damage. So I have only one item. I only have one amulet and it's gonna get bricked. That's so annoying. What is this? What is utility? Is there anything good in utility? Lucky hit chance? Nope. Size? Worldly fortune? Probably not. We go for life. Probably warmth is the best one you can get at this stage. Right. Go for mobility. That was everything, right? Yep. Or I already have the extra Hydra aspect found. So I don't even know what aspects I would have. Like, I guess in general you wouldn't have any aspects at this point, so I'm just not gonna put any on. Okay, that's it, right? Why do I have 6 skill points, though? Let's max out Fireball. We get the good key passive, obviously. We switch to this one, so it's always gonna be active. We have cooldown reduction, so let's go fire damage. Burning, burning, burning. This one is the burning run. Okay. Where can I get points from? Probably don't even care about these, but you know. No points. Anyway, so now I would like to jump world tier, whatever the tier is called now, but it's probably not possible. Yeah, I mean I'm just having on my bar to get more movement speed from Conjuration Mastery, honestly. But is that passive even there? This one here, is it right? So this one basically tells you you only have to equip fire skills. I don't even have the fire skills. So maybe I'm just gonna remove ice blades. These are not gonna help me a whole lot, and I'm gonna switch them for fire skills. So I get more damage. Familiar counts as fire, and we're gonna get flame shield, I guess. Whatever, right? That's good enough for me. But we're probably gonna do like a gazillion damage now. Yeah. Good joke, right? So much about the difficulty level. I mean, obviously the tempers are a little bit stronger than they would be. I don't even know what's wrong with this internet connection here. Looking annoying. Yeah, I wouldn't use Combustion. Like, the new key passive is just so much stronger because it gives you attack speed and stuff like that. And it gives you so much extra damage. So I really would recommend not to use the new key passive. But, is this the right one? I have to check if I have the right familiar one. Because there's two passives. One gives you... yeah, this is the wrong one. So basically, Enlightenment doesn't seem to be yet now so strong. Because you don't really... You only get like one stack per cast, it seems like. Kind of odd, because I thought the familiar itself should count as a different element. It seems like it's not. Yeah, no, I don't know why it's laggy. Just gonna stop Twitch, I guess. Something wrong with internet. It's kind of weird. Seems to be getting better. Yeah, maybe Combustion is still better, honestly. I feel like the uptime on the Enlightenment or whatever it's called is too low because I don't have enough different skills to cast. I would have to change Firewall to something Lightning or Frost base. Wonder what I could use instead of Firewall. So we could use Frozen Orb or Chain Lightning. I mean, I could also use a basic skill, right? No, it's non-basic skill, I think. Is it non-basic skill? Any skill. Let's see what happens if we do Frozen Orb first. So now we basically can alternate between Frozen Orb and other spells, and then you get more Enlightenment stacks. What? But it still feels slow. I don't even know. I think it's the Hellbomb which killed me. I don't have any barrier or anything, so... Yeah, I don't have mana to do the Frozen Orbs, really. So that's not really good. So you would probably use a basic skill. Or use Ice Blades with Ice Blade enchant would also be possible. This way it's kind of stupid. Let's go for... whatever, right? Doesn't even matter at all. Why would I use Arclish though? Can do Arclish. Yeah, it's better. You have like the Enlightened so fast. I don't even know if you would want to have Lightning Spear. But the Enlightened buff is just so powerful early because it gives you lots of non-physical damage. I mean, I guess you don't have really any non-physical damage in the very beginning. So maybe it's not even the best buff. I feel like it's not the best to play this Enlightenment early. Because really, how much non-physical damage are we gonna have? We only have 42%, so that's really nothing. I mean, it's 168 fire, so really we don't really benefit from that buff without having non-physical damage. So I guess I'm gonna switch to Combustion and just get like Firewall again. What? I should really pay attention. Like, my brain cannot really handle skilling and playing at the same time. I think I'm gonna go for Combustion here. Just gonna give me more damage. Also, this is, so if you don't alternate between the skills, right, then it's also gonna ensure that all your, like, familiars being spawned are fire. I mean, I don't know if these do damage. Maybe you should even, like, put points into those. I don't think anybody cares about these. Probably you don't even want to have teleport, but you cannot really play without teleport. I think you just don't have enough points in the very beginning. Oh no. Too much cooldown. Don't think we even need these. Let's just take it. I guess we just gotta wait for half more. Yeah, I stopped the Twitch stream because I have like connection was bad. Not sure if it's fixed or not. I'm gonna start it again. Let's see. Oh, it's still bad. I'm stopping it. Something wrong with internet again. Who knows? I mean, where would you go with this? The pit is unlocked. I hate that the pit doesn't unlock before level 50. No, before level 60. So I don't even know where to go with this build now. Like, I am basically forced to do Helltide, right? Which is like, with the difficulty level is a joke. But where else would you go? Like Nightmare Dungeons? I don't think that's gonna do a whole lot. I mean, this is extremely boring, I have to say. Like, why can't you enter the stuff on level 50? Really strange. It's a fate. I have a one-handed sword doing the same damage than my two-handed. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do now, right? You're just gonna stay here for like 1 more hour for level 50? Drink your potions and stuff like that? I cannot even go pits. The only thing we could do is Nightmare Dungeon. But I don't think it's gonna do more XP than this. You could test though, but I don't know. I just feel it's just boring. Why can't I skip to the next world here already? Why do I need level 50? Why do they lock their super cool progression system behind level 50? So it said it's only open after level 50. So the tooltip on the statue said you need level 50. So I don't know, I mean, my feedback for this progression system, just remove it. Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to finish, honestly, like, I mean, maybe you could do Infernal Hordes, but I think Infernal Hordes will also just unlock at level 60, right? I mean, it just takes forever and is freaking boring as hell. My god. Can't deal with this. I mean, maybe it's not though. Maybe it's just because it's bugged. Yeah, I mean, there was Infernal Horde sigils, I think. I mean, they don't drop, and you cannot open it, and you cannot craft them. So, I really don't know. All I know is that my internet is fucked. Yeah, basically nothing changes. I mean... well, okay, something changes. It will take forever to get level 50 and there's no shortcuts. And you cannot really go like... You know, before we had this 30 level above for max XP that basically has been removed. So all you're gonna do now is you're gonna stand Helltide for like 50 levels. And maybe it's gonna be Infernal Hordes unlocked. But yeah, I don't see I don't see anything to do. I mean, other than trying Nightmare Dungeons. I mean, I don't want to even go open the chests. I feel like opening the chests takes longer than playing this goddamn Helltide. I'm gonna check out the Nightmare Dungeon thing. Maybe it's faster. Who knows? Yeah, but I already opened the chest, so... And I really don't feel like, you know, navigating through the Helltide to opening the chest. I really don't feel like doing that. It's just annoying. So, what is this nightmare? Again, like, I craft 20, I get 7. Let's just see. No. Just temper, no aspects. I mean, I don't even know if this gives... This seems to do more XP, though, than Helltides. I mean, the bar is definitely moving faster. But yeah, like, there's no difficulty, obviously. Yeah, but Strongholds is not really... I mean... I don't know, I don't like the Stronghold. I don't like leaving and entering the game and all this stuff. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like... I mean, I wanna test the real leveling progression and how it feels like, so I can give my feedback. And so far my feedback is this is the most boring leveling progression ever, because I cannot do Infernal Hordes or whatever. So maybe it's just because they are too stupid to put Infernal Hordes in the PTR. Because I think usually now I would just go Infernal Hordes and, you know, finish leveling very, very fast, right? That would be my assumption. Because this is... I mean, even this is gonna take like another 30 Nightmare Dungeons or 40 Nightmare Dungeons, maybe. Yeah, but the movement speed is alright with the Conjuration, I feel like. I'm moving pretty fast. I mean, I could add Ice Blades. How much end XP does it give? There's no end XP! What? There's no finish XP on Nightmare Dungeon? How terrible is that? Oh god. I don't even know if I want to do this. Maybe I just stop. I mean, I will do the review, but I don't think it matters. Like... It just feels bad. Maybe it's just because it's missing Infernal Hordes. But this feels horrible. It's like really, really slow, and it's gonna get much slower, right? Every new level is gonna make this much more, much slower. So this is basically the most boring leveling experience ever. Not even Helltide is fun. Obviously, this is PTR, right? There's no mind cages in Helltide. So with mind cages, Helltide would probably be more fun. But at this current state, I don't know. I probably I can probably switch to my other like tune and just do pit runs. Really, this is boring. Didn't they say they fixed the late dying of the mobs, so they drop their the animals instantly? It doesn't look like it, right? I don't see this fixed. Still takes like 5 seconds. But yeah, I don't know, my upload speed is like pretty fucked, so... Might just stop this. Too boring. What am I even doing? I don't think Blizzard hates us. I think Blizzard has just no clue what they're doing. I think Blizzard... I think they don't understand what's boring and what's not boring. Right? By just increasing the time for these early levels in the most boring state of the game. And they basically call it a progression system, but there's no progression. Like, you instantly go to the third world here. And what progression is there? You're completely overpowered because of tempering. Like, the difficulty doesn't match at all. I mean, I'm not even remotely challenging, and the XP is like way too slow. Like, this takes forever. I also hate that the capstone dungeons are gone. I don't know why they removed the capstone dungeons. I felt like that was pretty cool. I don't know why they're gone. I mean, if it takes like multiple nightmare dungeons to get a level, it's just out of control. Yeah, but I don't see why they would bring boring and long leveling back. Also, where's the end XP? Why is there 0 XP at the end of Nightmare Dungeon? Why? Why do you remove the XP? I don't even know what to do. Too boring. Maybe my internet is screwed because it's telling me that this shit is too boring. I mean, the leveling build at least is decent, right? So... This new passive is just out of control, which gives you like extra damage for every skill you have on the bar. Like really, really strong early. I also don't understand, like, the leveling was pretty fun the last 2 seasons. Why did they screw it up? For what reason? Also, like, this threat without the mind cages, obviously, it takes forever for this threat to build up. I don't know. I'm, like, completely unimpressed by this, unfortunately. It should be long and interesting, actually. That would be the best state they could do. Make it either they so they introduced this progression system because they would say, you know, you can challenge yourself by advancing in difficulty tiers, but there's really no challenge in the difficulty tiers. So they basically just removed everything which was good, replaced it with like these new world tier, whatever bullshit, and it's just so much worse. It's absolutely horrible. This is probably gonna take like 6 hours or something like that to max level. Yeah, now it's completely gone, right? It feels like the XP bonus is gone completely. I mean, the world here gives a flat XP bonus, right? But the XP bonus in the world here was pretty minimal, actually. Yeah, I mean, with this, people will stop after like 3 hours into the season because, you know, oh my god, like I'm only level 35, so this is gonna take 6 more hours of boring gameplay to get me to level 60. I mean, I don't know how many hours this is really gonna take, but... I mean, these chests seem to do... Like, one of these chests gives as much XP as a Nightmare Dungeon, I feel like. I don't know. It's like really, really strange. Why am I dead? Oh. So the Hellborns are still killing me. So I didn't notice this guy spawning. So he killed me. Unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do now? I would really like to test Infernal Hordes and how much XP it gives. Do this random stronghold here. But I mean, burning damage early is still absolutely king. Oh god, it's this one. Yeah, it's not open, but that's what I say, but I think it's supposed to be open. I mean, it's just not open because they screwed it up. But it might be available from, like, the same as Nightmare Dungeons. I mean, if it's not available at this point, right, in the real game... How am I supposed to level? So am I really going to be forced to play Hell Tides until level 60? Or like, I don't even know how many hours. What is this poison? Yeah, but I mean, tomorrow everything is unlocked, right? So you get all the glyphs to level 100 and shit like that. What? So, apparently, you should not stand in this huge pentagram. Interesting. I think I never did this stronghold. It didn't look so dangerous, honestly. I don't even see, like, the challenge there tomorrow. I'm just gonna check I just wanna check the uniques and the builds if they work. And, you know, kind of how the power levels are. Okay, so Stronghold completion gives a lot of XP, it looks like. Like, that was like an entire level, right? Or was it multiple levels? I don't even know. Oh, that was like from to 38. Where's that guy back? This is another hell type. I didn't really count how many levels that gave, but it seems like Stronghold gives a good amount of XP. I just noticed I don't have a pet. I mean, it doesn't take forever. I think Helltide is still by far the fastest here. I have to clear another stronghold after this Helltide, and I actually wanna compare how much XP it really gives. Because I never clear the strongholds at all. What's this? Oh, got a chest. I don't know. Maybe Helltide with friends if 3 can go AFK and 1 is gonna kill the stuff and you can go turns. Then would probably be interesting. Oh, I have no cinders. I have to get a pet. I have to get a pet. I have to get some incense. Maybe I should get a new weapon. 4 or 5. Or 15. I want to have one with life on it. This one has damage over time. That's pretty good. Did they remove life on it? I haven't even seen that stat. Honestly, I think they removed it. I think this is like the pre-season 4 state again. So if I go for enchant... Yep, it's gone. No life on it anymore, man. This is pre-season 4. This is like so odd. This is really, really bad. It was so nice to have the life on it in this build. +2, I want +4, bro. Not. This tempering system is just such bullshit. Okay. Did I switch? Ah, I switched my amulet as well. Let's temper amulet. Also, where's the pyromance? Where's the fire damage over time temper? That's also gun, right? Yeah. They removed the fire damage over time temper. At least the connection seems to be back. There's no options really, so there's really only one difficulty tier, which is the highest, like expert, and the next one unlocks at level 50. So really no options. And the first two tiers are just completely irrelevant. It kind of makes me sad that they spend so much work again into something which is completely irrelevant. I mean, it must be depressing, right? You get more XP and you get removed some armor and resistances. I believe that's the difference. I don't think there's any other difference. Live. Same. Oh, on live you would be... Ah, on live. I think this is equivalent to world tier... I think they said it's somewhere in between world tier 2 and 3. So in reality, I would be in world tier 3 on live shortly. Yeah, so I would be in world tier 3 on live. So live would be more difficult than this actually. And I cannot advance until I'm level 50. Which I feel like is such a huge deal. Because I wanna advance in difficulty, but I can't. It's locked. They shouldn't lock it. So on live you currently switch between level 30 and level 35. Since with tempering you can even do, I mean you can do level 30, but usually you do like level 35. Because then you can wear the ancestral gear, the sacred gear. But yeah, now you're kind of locked in here. Yep, all for nothing. It's just worse than before. I don't really understand. I also don't understand why they did it, because it wasn't really the issue before, right? I mean, I feel like it was not the The main problem was not the difficulty levels, like the world tier system. That has never been the problem there. The problem was the late game progression. And they spent like a tremendous amount of work in early game progression, which nobody cares about anyway. Other than the casuals, obviously. Yeah, well, world tier, in between world tier 2 and 3, right? Yeah. But yeah, I really don't understand why I'm locked here. It should just be unlocked. If I want to go to the next world tier, just let me. Yeah, I don't have a phone. This would be a good mobile game, right? I don't even know. I can't really decide if this is good or bad for casuals. I feel like starting with Torment 1, it's gonna be good for casuals, but this... I don't even know if casuals will make the grind to level 60. And the life on hit is gone, so this is clearly, this is pre-season 4 state. Like parts of the game are pre-season 4. Really? Maybe I shouldn't do this. I mean, this is exactly the same state we have now, just without the way, like without a chance to advance. I mean, you would play this, but you know, this is gonna continue for another 3 or 4 hours. No, maybe not 3, maybe 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. This is public test realm, so this is not legacy or anything. It's different. I don't know, I mean, with triple Mind Cage, obviously it's gonna be faster, but I also don't understand how the Mind Cage is gonna work, because there's no monster level anymore. So will the Mind Cage even increase the monster level, or what is it supposed to be doing? I want to do a stronghold after this and see how much XP it gives. Yeah, Mind Cage increases the monster density and the rate, but it also increased the monster level, which was the most important. Well, not the most important, but it was very important, because you would get much more XP by the monsters getting higher level. And I think that's just going to be removed. I don't even know what's so difficult in scaling monster levels, honestly. just scale it linearly, like every level above, just give it like 2% more damage, 2% more armor or whatever. Like, personally, it doesn't seem to be so difficult to scale a monster level, but they just seem to be unable. What is this? Oh, like every time I have the Hellborns and I don't notice, they just one-shot me. So I think you have, like, my armor. Yeah, it's my armor. So my armor is way too low because I'm still wearing like level 150 gear and I should have level 450 gear, and that's why I'm getting one shot here. Just one, and that's actually 8 hits. So you get +4. How do I get none with movement speed? Got this town. Hydra Firewall was always the best leveling, and now it's much better. Scaling with percent has absolutely nothing to do with linear. That's it's completely different. Of course, you can linearly scale with percentage. Exponential is something completely different. So if you increase by 1% every level, that's actually linear. You do 1% of the base. You increase it by 1% of the current level every tier. That's not going to be linear, but you know. It's still a linear scaling, and they have an exponential scaling, which kind of like triples like every level or something like that, or doubles every level. So that's what I basically mean by doing a linear scaling. God damn it. Just give me movement speed. Everybody loves tempering. Everybody loves tempering. Good old min roll. Okay, so let's do another stronghold. I wouldn't even say they made it harder to level, they just made it more annoying. If it would be challenging... I mean, I guess the only thing challenging is to, you know, get into town, like, and get gear with more armor so you don't get one-shot. That's basically the challenge. Because at some point you're just gonna be so low on armor that you're just gonna take insane amount of damage. Seems like to be the challenge here. Yeah, I mean, I need armor. So... So I'm at like close to 41 now, so let's see how much XP the stronghold gives. Oh. So annoying, this game. I feel like that's making it even worse, because before, you know, the damage input was pretty much irrelevant. And now it kind of becomes relevant with this whole new scaling story. So it kind of forces you to change your gear more often. But the gear you are wearing is pretty much irrelevant. You only have to change it to get more armor. I don't know. I don't really like it. Before you used to just not change your gear at all before you like get to the next world here. And now you kind of have to, because I'm still, you know, at 39%. So I still need to kind of double my armor. So the stronghold itself gives literally no XP, so let's see how much the shrine gives. Oh wow, okay. So the shrine gives like a full level. So I feel like, you know, obviously like getting in a group and cycling through strongholds is nothing I would do. But it feels like I'm gonna try to do more strongholds when I'm level 50 and see how much XP they give. But strongholds might be the best way. No, it was full 1 level. Right? I was at 40... I was close to 41. Oh, yeah, right, you're right. It's full two full levels, actually. That's insane, actually. It's probably a bug, though. I don't think it's gonna be like that on live. Oh, it's really starting to get annoying. Basically, every level you get is gonna reduce your percent. So I'm taking 2% more damage now again because I got 2 levels. I don't know if it's... I mean, it's probably bugged, the strongholds. Let's see if it still gives like 2 levels if you're level 50. I mean, how many strongholds are there? Like 10? 15. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't count because it's definitely a bug. So if you really want to know how long it will take to level this on the final version, I highly doubt that you're gonna get 2 levels per stronghold. Yeah. Make strongholds useful again, or just remove them because nobody cares. choose your destiny. How's my day going? I'm forced to do leveling, which is very boring. But I really want to know how long it takes. Imagine you have to farm another 200 Paragon. I mean, this is not the worst part, right? So you have to farm Paragon levels as well. So we obviously can't know how long it takes because they were very smart to give us the 205 Paragon levels already. So we also cannot test that progression, right? But you will have to farm those points. I assume it's gonna take a long time to farm 200 Paragon points. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but you know, that might be pretty boring as well. Yeah, it should be 0. Totally agree. They should add like max Paragon boards tomorrow, but I don't even know why the characters got ported. I felt like we're gonna start without any characters and we're just gonna start with a level 1 to test the progression systems. That was my assumption. Just imagine like the live game starts, right? And it will take you... So I'm already predicting this. Like 1 month from now, when the expansion launches, you're gonna be leveling to level 60. And then the Paragon system is gonna be so goddamn slow that it's probably gonna take like a half week to get to like 100 Paragon points. And then they're gonna patch it. Like they always did. Like they always screw up and then they patch it. Because it will take forever. I can so see that. Oh, there's a Hellborn that's gonna completely kill me. Thank you very much. That was not my Hellborn. I hate this new armor scaling. I know it's like a higher difficulty level, but it forces me to get gear I don't have. I haven't even tested the Inferno, but I don't think it's gonna do damage. So in a leveling build, you basically don't want to use spells with cooldown, usually. So, I mean, it's gonna decrease cooldown, so... But I think it's gonna still have like 30 seconds cooldown. So in general, long cooldown spells are not good for leveling builds. Right, you need proper ways to reduce the cooldown on those skills to make them worse. Because 5 skill points is not like it's not a low investment. Maybe I should just get barrier. I mean, I didn't put any aspects on, to be fair. But, yeah, I mean, you're gonna get the rare tempering recipes, you're gonna get fairly early, right? They drop all the time. So I feel like tempering is not so much of a problem. You will have those recipes, but there's also a lot of recipes now, so... I mean, I'm honestly, at this point, I'm more scared of the Paragon grind than the leveling grind. If it's gonna be too long of a grind, I don't even know. Because, you know, the problem with the build guides is going to be, you know, how much Paragon points are you gonna base your build guide on, right? So, if it takes a week of farming to get to 200 Paragon points, you really cannot... I mean, obviously you can base your build guides on 200 Paragon points, right? But most of the people are not even gonna have 100. So so you cannot really base a build guide out of 200 Paragon points if 95% of the players don't have it. Because, you know what, players are gonna play that, not gonna have the Paragon, and it's gonna be freaking weak. Like, it's gonna be very weak, and it's not gonna function properly. So... that's also, like, kind of an issue, I feel like. But for the glyphs you need a lot of points. Because you need to fill all the intelligence ports, basically. What? What was that? There was nothing. I just randomly got killed. Yeah, you say the XP will go much better, but you don't know. So, from 200 to 214 Paragon, it took multiple hours. So we don't really know the scaling of those. So we really cannot know how long it's gonna take. It might really take a long time. And unfortunately, we cannot test it. I would love to test this, but I can't because I already have 200 Paragon points. So I cannot give feedback, so they are screwing it up. Which is very, very bad. Glyph XP isn't really the issue, I feel like. I feel like it's Paragon. The glyphs are leveling fast enough. Like, leveling my glyphs to like level 45 was... it didn't even take like more than like 1.5 hours. So that really wasn't the issue. The lower pit levels are pretty easy. Yeah, Paragon. And you know, you don't need Paragon 300, right? If you have 200 Paragon points, it's good enough to make any build function. Like 300 is really just gonna be 500 extra main stat. So 200 is gonna be absolutely fine. Probably 150 is even gonna be enough to satisfy 4 boards. So everything above 150, 175 is not really necessary. It's just gonna be the last extra, whatever, like 30% damage or something like that from main stat. I guess it depends on the build. There's builds which are very efficient without gear, for example Blizzard. Blizzard is very efficient, high movement speed without gear. You're just gonna need some Asus boots basically, and getting regular Asus boots is easy. That's gonna be fairly efficient. Obviously you're not gonna have like a fully built Lightning Spear build or whatever. But there's efficient builds to do that. The difficulty level is going to be fairly low in those lower pit tiers. But I guess, you know, at some point it's probably still gonna get... I mean, I assume the monster level is only gonna scale once per torment level, right? So probably there's T1, and every pit in T1 is probably gonna give the same amount of XP until you reach the next level. Maybe there's gonna be a slight difference, but since there's no monster levels anymore, I think the only XP increase comes really from the world tier. And besides that, monsters are gonna be your monster level all the time. I'm gonna start Sorg. I'm always gonna start Sorg. I don't even know if I want to play Spiritborn. That class doesn't look interesting to me. It's probably just going to be freaking overpowered and boring. No, I think the monsters are just going to scale with the... I think the monsters always going to have just your character level, so 60, and I think they don't scale. And I think the only thing which scales then is the world tier bonus, right? So the Torment 4 gives like 500% XP bonus or something like that. So I think it doesn't matter if you do a tier 50 pit or a tier 60. I think it gives the same XP. I mean, I cannot know, but I think that is the kind of, you know, the monster's always going to scale with your levels thing, right? I mean, I might be wrong there though, but it could be that it's actually, you know, all monsters on your certain world tier have exactly the same monster level, give exactly the same XP, and the only scaling comes from the world tier. Which would be stupid, but you know, maybe it is like it. You also have to click the Lilith statues again. Really looking forward to that one. Going full. Look at these. 18% movement speed. I'm gonna use those for sure. So, do we have good gear now? I have a 485 and max life armor. That looks good. Then we have another helmet, minus 450, 481. 1-2 Conjuration skills, not bad. Pants. Okay, so now it's getting better. Still 36%. You need a lot of armor, actually. I think you kind of need to, like, push armor, just armor in the early game. You're not gonna have skulls for, like, your jewelry and stuff like that. Seems to be, like, the most important there. Oh, that's a Hellborn. I don't want to play the Hellborn. It's funny how the Hellborn is still insta-giving everything, and they said they nerfed it. It doesn't really look like they did. Okay, let's just get to town here real quick. I really need to get some armor going here. Right, let's go for some new gloves. And X Life, Ice Shards. For 77. Oh, there's another one. Crit. I don't need crit, but it has damage over time. Anyway, I'm gonna take the int one. So, wow, we have new big weapons. Well, I don't actually care. So, boots we have. Do we have any good new amulet? Nope. Do we have any good new rings? Crit we don't care, but 30 int is pretty good actually. And so I switched everything, I guess. Yep. So this is going to be good enough. Wow. Wow. Thanks for bricking. Can I just have fire damage? So horrible. This tempering system is just so horrible. Nice. Second bricked. So we go for armor tempers now, since armor seems to be the only thing which is important in early game. Yeah. What do we have here? 2 for Serpentine. I don't even know what you would have at this point, honestly. Doesn't even matter. What's the benefit of getting a glyph to level 100? You just get more damage bonus. So the additive damage bonus on the glyphs are very, very strong. So you're just gonna increase in power level by leveling up those glyphs. Quite a bit, actually. I feel like the armor scaling is also kind of off. I feel like I need too much armor at this stage. So I have now armor tempers on everything. And I have the maximum level armor gear for my level. And I'm still only at 53% damage reduction. And I really have armor temper, even armor temper plus bonus armor. I have another armor temper. So I kind of feel like that scaling is also a little bit off. I feel like by having armor tempers on all of your gear, you should kind of be maxed at this stage. So I think it will take roughly 4 hours to get to level 60. Without like the broken strongholds. But it's absolutely boring. So I really hope Infernal Hordes is gonna be open. And I really think they should just open the pit at any level. Just open the pit, period. Like, why are you holding the pit back? Because they also said, right, World Tier 1 is gonna equal pit level, what was it, 5, right? The second one was pit level 10, the third one was pit level 15. But why you cannot enter the pit at this stage? It's completely locked. So I really don't see why these contents are locked. These contents should be locked by your character power and not by a random decision of somebody who has no clue. Just let me play the content I'm able to play if I want to play it. Don't disallow me playing it for no reason. Maybe, but maybe that's just the PTR thing. I don't know. I think it is actually, yeah. But you know what's better for content creators? A good game. A good game with stuff to explore, with builds to figure out and stuff like that. Lightning Spear builds are always gonna be better. So there's no build which compares to Lightning Spear. But yeah, it really, really takes a long goddamn time to level this. Really hope they're gonna put like with mine cages and stuff like that. I really hope they don't lock the mine cages behind difficulties as well. Ugh, but it's really, really boring, I have to say. Why do they always run away with that girl? Also, like, one more thing, I feel like the entrance drop rates are pretty damn low. So, today I did like 30 Tormented Varshan, and I found like 3 Greater FX items in total. So, I felt like that was a little low. I feel like they should like kind of double that drop rate for Entrustals, maybe somewhere around that. It just feels low. Like, if you have to farm all those materials, they're just making it such a big grind to get these items. I feel like the way back to the grind for like these items is not a good decision. It's just gonna encourage real money transactions and stuff like that. What was that? Really, really strange things happen here sometimes. Oh, I get it. There was like a Hellborn again. Probably ranged me. The problem is if you have people leeching which do not do damage, it like makes these bosses much harder than they should be. But it is probably like 1.5 more hours. I guess that's somewhere around the time it will take. I think somewhere towards like 4 hours. So with mine cages and, you know, XP boost from seasonal stuff, you're probably looking at somewhere around like 3 hours, I would say, to reach level 60. If they unlock like Infernal Hordes or the Pit, maybe even faster. I hope this is just for the PTR, that you really cannot do anything else than Helltide. We're gonna open the chest so I can actually turn in the favors as well after that. So yeah, the armor cap is one of my feedbacks as well. Armor scaling seems off in this difficulty. I feel like it's not even possible to reach max armor. Okay, let's start picking up stuff. This one here. These give good XP. God, I'm gonna get the Hellborn guy. Wait. Oh no, I'm not. That's good. I don't want to die again. So after the opening the chest we will be level 50, so we can at least go to the next world tier. Even though that's gonna be a little rough, I feel like. But I guess it's kind of required. Waves of Darkness? Why not? Let's do Waves of Darkness. Also, I feel like these events have been reset to like pre-season 4 as well. But I don't know. Maybe not. It does definitely feel different. So if we go to the next world here, we definitely need armor cap. I'm just gonna be insta-gip this if I don't have armor cap. So you know, on that end, I feel like once you reach like the higher levels, like right now it's like 47, at least there's like, you know, you can feel kind of a difficulty here. Not really in the hit points of the mobs, but in the damage output, since the armor and resistances are reduced. So there's definitely a difficulty which is a little bit higher. But I think if you fix your armor, just do like enchanting and get armor rolls on your gear pieces, it shouldn't be an issue. Also, I don't really understand why life on hit is gone. So I guess this is like kind of a weird build. Because life on hit was like introduced in Season 4. And now it's gone. But it's not really gone, right? So it's, I mean, there was no mention that it's being removed. So I assume this build is just like kind of a mix of pre-Season 5 and pre-Season 4. And really, like, not having life on it really hurts this build. Life on it makes this build so much better. Wow. That lag. Like, every time the Hellborns, they just instantly gonna rip me. Like, I have no resistance, no armor. The Hellborns are just, like, completely overtuned like they have always been. So you really want to pay attention when the Hellborns spawn. I never pay attention. Especially if you're playing hardcore. Well, no, all my cinders are gone anyway, which is pretty annoying, actually. Wow. This is really laggy also. What's my resistance? Yeah. 30%. I don't know. Like some scaling feels off. I feel like the penalties to resistance and armor are very hard in the earlier tiers, because really there's absolutely no way. What the hell is this? There's absolutely no way to get resistances or armor early on. Oh, that's my boots. Didn't even notice that. So maybe they should reduce the penalties for resistance on armor a little bit in the lower difficulties. And they could just, you know, leave it like it is in the higher difficulties. But in the lower difficulties, it's really almost impossible to cap your resistances and armor. Which is leading to a lot of one-shots from like these elemental, like the Hellborns. They always have like elemental attacks, which basically insta-give you. Especially for hardcore players, that's gonna be like a little bit annoying. So I guess I can open 2 more chests. Oh god. It really sucks getting killed by those Hellborns if you have like 600 cinders. And now I cannot open the chests. That's really gonna cost me like an entire level. One minute. I don't think I'm gonna make two. Nope. Also, they should really just make cinders carry over Helltides. I really never understood the reason why they don't carry over. It's like no specific reason for that. I wanted to be level 50 now. Kind of depressing. Or whatever. Take the gloves. So now we have to gear for the next world tier. So we're gonna have... What do we have? Int max life armor. I mean, I guess we can just enchant. That's fine. Int max life, int max life. And with armor. Okay, int Fireball. Not garbage anyway, so let's do int. Why not? Who cares? So can we get a new weapon? Do we have a two-hander? It's all one-hander. We don't have a single two-hander? Wow. Do we use one-handers? I mean, it's a big increase in item power, but stuffs have damage over time, which, you know, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. My stuff is also not the best one here. Let's just switch to wand and focus for now. Also, I feel like they all have exactly the same stats. So it's like it feels like strange. Like it can't be really be a coincidence that these all have exactly the same stats. Like I feel like something is a little bit odd with the items. Amulets also feel like they have way less stats than other stuff. What time? That's nice. Let's do tempering. I mean, I feel like Pyromancy attack speed is probably not even the worst. There is... Everybody likes tempering. Everybody's favorite system. I guess I can spare one hat here. Okay, so now we have 44% of our armor. So we definitely want to go for armor. Because if we're gonna go up one world here, we're gonna get even more armor penalty. Everybody loves tempering. Everybody loves tempering. Is this already tempered? This one's already tempered. So this one still needs weapon. Righty. Good. So now we want to put armor on here as well. These are alright. Armor. Get auras, whatever. Okay. So let's go for Serpentine. Concentration. I guess we can put Disobedience, honestly. Why not? I mean, by this time you should have like a decent amount of aspects. We also had the burning one, however it's called. This one here, we had that. We're gonna put that on our amulet. I wonder if this is any good. Just put it on there. Just do some random offensive aspects. Right. So we go back to Helltide. Yeah, whatever, the internet is dying again. I have no clue what's going on here. Just gonna finish this level 60 and then I'm gonna call it a day. So how much do we have now? 820. So now I'm maxed on armor at least. With Disobedience. I don't know if that's a cheat or not, honestly. I mean, you could always use Juggernauts, I guess, as well. So now we're gonna go to the next world here. Just a second. So let's see how that goes. Probably gonna go pretty bad. Wow. Damage scaling is actually hard at this stage. Yeah, I saw it. Nothing you can do really without teleport. Right, we're gonna advance anyway. Oh yeah, of course I get the town without a word here statue, right? Because, yeah, they added them. Just nobody knows where. Okay. So... Doesn't... Ah, at the bottom. So it doesn't even have a penalty. Penalties you only get for the higher ones. This one doesn't even have a penalty. So I think the scaling is just off. But it has a penalty, it just doesn't show it. No, it hasn't. I have no disobedience. Wait. Oh wow. I cannot cast. Kind of have a feeling it's the PTR lagging out my internet. I mean, this is already... These guys are doing, like, decent damage, I have to say. And it's just, like, 25% more XP. So it might probably not even be worth playing this difficulty tier. Chest armor. Razor blade. Nice. So I would assume, like, on the live server when this actually comes out, it's probably gonna take somewhere around 3 hours to get to level 60, and then comes an undefined Paragon grind. So really, it's just the life per hit missing. Like, if the life on hit would be here, it would be no problem. But without, we really don't have any kind of, like, quick regeneration. And the stat is just missing, so I assume it's gonna be back when the game comes out. I'm obviously gonna report that. Just 9 more levels. This is not as hard as World Tier 4, I believe. This is like World Tier 3, I would assume, or somewhere in between World Tier 3 and World Tier 4. But you cannot really compare because all the stats are like completely different as well. Definitely the armor scaling is like, it's way different. You need a lot of armor to cap. And it's very hard to reach the armor cap, so I have it now by just putting Disobedience on. So I mean, I would assume by being level 50, you might have Disobedience, especially you probably get some stuff from the Seasonal Journey as well. Am I alone here? Yeah. So if I'm alone, I can deal with this maiden fairly quickly. But if there's like 1,000 leechers which don't do damage, it's kind of an issue. So, I mean, I could have definitely been faster. Like, I died a couple of times. I lost a good amount of XP due to losing Cinders and not opening chests. Obviously, there's no seasonal perks. I didn't use incense at all. No mind cages. But yeah, I mean, at level 60, the grind probably just starts. I would assume, like, from level 60 to, like, Paragon level 150 is probably gonna be, like, 10 to 30 hours or something like that, maybe even more. Really depends on the scaling and how much XP. I guess it depends how much XP will Infernal Hordes give. Because Infernal Hordes is gonna be the farm. Like, I don't think there's any doubt about it that Infernal Hordes is gonna give the most XP. So really, really depends on the scaling there. But I mean, now there's enough people here, right? So this is gonna be easy. Easy leveling. It's really, really sad that I have 205 Paragon points. Or 250. I really would like to know how long it takes. Well, so in the main area, usually no Hellborn spawns. Because the mobs from the event don't give threat. So, really the Hellborns, which I'm gonna spawn a Hellborn here, because I activated my, whatever that is called. Haunting. But I'm just gonna run away when that is gonna be spawned, because these guys here are gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna let them deal with my Hellborn. Good strategy there. So if this event would be giving you threat, that would be way too overpowered, so... As you can see, like, my threat meter will not move while doing this event. Really, only mobs outside of this event will increase your threat. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, level 52, so... Again, probably roughly 4 hours. For level 60 in this stage. But it's still this grind is still very painful. This has definitely been the worst since Season 1. So from the initial leveling phase, this has been the worst. Because also with the you know 1 to level 100 grind, right? You would already find a 925 gear halfway through your leveling phase, so you would also you would already get like useful gear. And in this, literally, you don't find anything useful. So, yeah, from scratch. Lots of fun. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I really hope that they're gonna do something about this in the live game. Yeah, like Season 5 was like the least grindy of all. Season 5, like level 1 to 100 took like 3 or 4 hours total. And this is level 1 to 60, taking more than 4 hours. So this is definitely the most grindy since Season 1. And then Paragon grind is gonna start, and we don't know how hard the Paragon grind is, because, well, we already have like 215 Paragon points at this point. So I assume it's gonna be a massive grind. But I mean, they still have like 3 weeks to like change it, right? Pretty sure that's gonna happen. Lifts were not so bad actually with the character carried over, but you know, it had Winter Glass with greater epics and shit like that. So I guess it depends. Like when I'm level 60, I will try how hard the pit is actually. Probably like to like level 30 glyph, you will be completely fine with like a cheap leveling build like this. And probably above that, you want to go to like an early game build like Blizzard or something like that. Blizzard is probably going to carry you to like level 40 to 50 maybe. So I guess getting the glyphs to level 45 is not going to be a huge deal. And I guess everything on top of that is bonus. Oh, unique ring. Rasha with 11%. That's still pretty good, right? What in warding? Well, it is a huge difference. It's about double the effect. But Level 46 is gonna be the biggest increase because you get the extra radius. So everything above, yeah, you will probably double on. So if you have all glyphs level 100 instead of level 46, it's probably gonna triple your character damage, probably somewhere around that range. But it's probably not gonna be necessary for anything but high tier pit pushing. I assume you will completely be fine doing like hordes and everything and tormented bosses with the level 45 glyphs. That shouldn't be an issue at all. I think the grind is really just going to be required for high tier pit pushing. I mean, I don't think I will reach level 100 glyphs. Maybe I will try to get one single level 100 glyph. But I don't think... that's probably going to be so many pit runs. I feel like getting a level 100 glyph is probably 100 or 200 high-level pit runs. I think like level 80 to 100 is gonna be absolutely insane of a grind. Because you're probably gonna drop down to like 20 or 30% success chance or something like that. So I guess, you know, like something like level 70 to maybe level 80 glyphs is probably something which is achievable. But everything on top is probably gonna take forever. Which is alright, I guess. I mean, the difference between level 80 and level 100 glyph won't be... I mean, it's probably gonna be like a couple of pit tiers, yes. But, you know, as long as you're not high tier pit pushing, it's not gonna matter. I don't think they're gonna... No, I mean, the pit difficulty... I mean, they might change the scaling a little bit. Because right now the pit is too easy. But... So, I mean, they will definitely raise the difficulty, but I think you will probably go into like the tier like 60 to maybe 70s of a farming range. And, you know, you will probably be able to reach like... If you're farming level 60 to level 70 pits in the end, then you will probably be easy to reach level 60 to 70 glyphs as well. But if your glyph level is higher than the pit level, probably the success chance is very, very low. So it's gonna be an insane grind. Depends obviously on how they balance it out, but that's just my assumption there. It's so hard to like click these altars. Yeah, but you won't be able to run... I mean, I don't think you will be able to run pit 100. I mean, if they keep the difficulty like this, yes. But I don't think it's... I mean, it shouldn't be possible to run pit 100. That's basically what they said, right? We don't want you to break the highest pit tier. And, you know, obviously right now this is the PTR and people have beaten like tier 100 pit on the first day with legacy items and, you know, tier 50, tier 60, whatever glyphs. So it's the difficulty right now is way too low. And exactly, like, if you can already beat tier 100, what would be the purpose of keeping on farming it, right? Because there wouldn't be a power creep at all. If you already have tier 100 clear, why would you keep leveling up your glyphs? Like, for what? Like, there's no higher content to beat. Yeah, but I assume they're gonna buff pits. I mean, obviously it got broken like on the very first day, and we don't even have the rune words and all the other stuff. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna get buffed. Oh, Asus. But I don't need Asus. Do I want to have a new stuff? 537? Nope. Do I have anything which is still low? Helmet. Let's take this 553 helmet. Ah, mine has Conjuration still, so I'm just gonna keep it. Let's scrap all this shit. I mean, they should buff pits on the higher levels, right? The lower levels, they shouldn't be... So on the lower levels, they should probably keep the pits on a relatively low difficulty. And they should exponentially scale it, like upwards level 60 or 70 or whatever, right? So... they should give, like, the people the grind to get their grips to level 100 if they really want to invest all their time. So I'm not going to be the person who will invest all the time, but I feel like it's fair enough to, allow people to do that. And if the pits are too easy, everybody's just going to end up with level 100 glyphs. So I feel like if you really want to have level 100 glyphs, you have to level them with like a 10 to 20% success chance, and this should take really long. If you really want to do this grind, you should be allowed to. I feel like you should just not have the expectation that you are required to have level 100 glyphs. I think it should just not be required. Most people are probably gonna aim for level 46 glyphs and call it a day, or maybe even go to like, level 50, 60 maybe. But I think like having like high glyphs, like upwards of like tier 80s, it's just gonna require a lot of gear and a lot of grind to get there. Oh, whoa, Hellborn. Bye-bye. Maybe it's even gonna take longer than 4 hours. Jesus. So I will probably be level 55 after this Hell Tide, so I might need like a full extra one, maybe even more. Might even take like up to 4.5 hours. Definitely not a very enjoyable grind. That's for sure. I should start using incense at this point. This is good. This is... Oh, this has finally better stats. So I see... It looks like item level 600 is like a breakpoint where the items actually get better. It's like a big jump. So it's so odd, right? The 500 has 14 max life, and this one has 82. So there's again like a random jump in gear quality. Also seems like the damage per second here, right, randomly jumps from plus 58, right? This has 91 and is 518, and this is 617 and it has double. So there seems to be like a random power jump. Which I still don't understand why they don't just scale this like with the item level. Seems like way easier to me than have like random breakpoints. Yes, thanks for nothing, bro. You can still do this stuff here. +2. Oh, nice. By the way, you can actually masterwork by now, but you wouldn't be able to masterwork this in reality because you don't have access to the pit yet, right? So... So I think at this point, it gets freaking easy, because once you reach like this this random 600 breakpoint, you're gonna reach all your caps like just fine. I have to go back to the Helltide and open the chest actually. Just went back to get incense, so I have to do it fast. Well, I mean, tempering is much weaker now since you can only temper one stat. More like the items randomly jump one tier after 600 item power. Attack doesn't mean anything, just ignore that. For example, I have Pyromancy, damage tempers. And fire damage tempers, these are not going to be included in your attack damage, so please just don't ever look at the attack sketch. It's absolutely useless. It really just... The attack just focuses in basically all damage. As soon as it's any kind of conditional damage, like vulnerable damage, fire damage, cold damage, damage to close, it's not gonna count that damage at all. So really, also it's gonna count attack speed. I don't think it even works for damage over time, so it is really, the stat is like completely useless. It really literally says nothing. Level 60 is max level. This is the public test realm for, you know, Vessel of Hatred. So yeah, the max level is gonna be level 60 there. And then comes Paragon. You can only temper once. So there's one tempering and only masterworking up to like a 4 out of 12 for regular gear. So before you should be able, you could like temper your items twice. I mean, like, you have 2 different stats on it, basically, and now it's just 1. I mean, I don't even know when you would have 2 tempers in the live version. I honestly don't remember. But, I mean, the 1 temper is okay, but the masterworking on non-ancestral item, I feel like it hurts a lot. Especially on the uniques. You cannot masterwork your uniques unless they are ancestral. I mean, you can only get them to 4 out of 12. Which is like a huge issue, actually. I hope they're gonna change that. Yeah, ancestral gear is very rare. You're welcome. So... Oh, wow. What is happening here? Since when does Wave of Darkness spawn bosses? So really, the masterworking story, I don't understand why they did that. Because the masterworking 4 out of 12 is literally gonna be so horrible. Need to be fucking careful for the Hellbourne to spawn. Why do I miss so many Hydra heads? Oh, I have the wrong weapon on. I need. This Hellbourne is gonna get insta-gipped. So for whatever reason, 600 is the breakpoint until gear is good. So was it 600 before, by the way? Until the stats... It is so strange. Like I also need to leave feedback on that. So literally the stats like quadruple like if you reach 600. Like it's such a huge difference. Like if you compare them, it's like such a difference, like night and day. For absolutely no reason, I feel like. I don't know, if I would be making this game, I would but stupidly take the stats and give them a value and just multiply that value with the item level. Like why would I do like weird breakpoints for like life on like gear? It just sounds like so much work for like nothing. Just give it like, you know, 1 life per item level or something like that. Like that's so easy to implement. But instead it's like, literally like the items have like 11 max life, and then if you get them to item level 600, they get 100. I mean, I'm good with the number squish, but, you know, just compare these two items, right? So this is 82 max life, right? And just, oh, let's do intelligence, because I don't have another max life one. So this one here, do I have any with intelligence? Jesus. So this one here has 56 intelligence, 625. And this one has 522, and it only has 33. It also only has 16 maximum life, while this one has 83 maximum life. So that's 4 times the value by just, you know, jumping those 100 item levels. Yeah, exactly. So it is still in the game. But this time it is... So before it wasn't so huge of a difference, right? Before the difference was like, I don't know, it was like 20 or 30% or something like that, right? Jumping to the highest tier. And now it's like 400% or something like that. So that's really, really off. I should open the goddamn chests instead of talk. What? Oh, that... Oh. Like some idiot spawned the Hellborn. I feel like the number squish is pretty good, actually. I mean, honestly, I feel like only the damage I feel like the maximum life and like the armor and all this number squish, I feel like it's weird. Because, you know, the lower level items have like literally 11 life on them. That is just so irrelevant, right? I feel like they should have just, you know, reduced the damage numbers, but, you know, kept the life and the armor values like at a reasonable amount. Because it just feels like 11 hit points just sounds like shit, right? Like, why would you, like, want to equip an item which has 11 hit points? That is just such a low value. It doesn't really sound interesting. Like, 100 hit points is good, you know, 50 hit points is maybe good. You know, 500 hit points is good, but 11 hit points, like, doesn't even matter how the scaling is. It just, like, by the number itself, it's irrelevant. Shit, I'm not gonna open all the chests. Like, I feel stupid for getting distracted in town. We're still gonna get some at least. Oh, come on. That dismount. Critical. There's no way I'm gonna get that, right? Maybe. Maybe I can still get it. Just in time. No, it's not 1000 damage, so you already do like upwards of 50 to 100 million. So it's not really squished that low. $41. My amulet. Oh, I'm at 670 now. But that is pretty much. Oh, I can already get passives on them now. 5.2. So there's another jump from 608 to 640, it seems like. This is like so random. Okay. Okay, this is the last time I go to town. Oh, I take that. Oh, wait, this is still an old chess piece. I don't have a new chess piece. Can I gamble one? Really? You don't give me a legendary? Thanks. At least one. Okay, so this one is good. One needs armor. Am I stupid? No, not. Oh, this UI. Alright, so we need flames again. We need 3 ping das. Then we need concentration. Then we need serpentine. Disobedience. And we need a random one, which I don't even care about. Why not? Right, who cares? Okay, perfect. So let's finish this. Can I just skill? X speed is so much slower with this stuff. Yeah, now it's like such a huge difference. I mean, you have so much more life all of a sudden just by reaching that 600 breakpoint, and I feel like there's another one going to be at like 700 or so. Really, really odd. Really hate that. Yeah, I mean I saw it, but you know, what are you gonna do? Just somebody spawned the Hellborn on me again. Maybe it was even my Hellborn. Who knows? Really looking forward to like the tomorrow when all the items and glyphs are unlocked to see if we can actually make a working Conjurations only build. I mean, with the Force Conjuration, we actually have a good amount of Conjurations all the time. Just proper cooldown reduction. But I would probably still need Winter Glass, honestly. No, I don't have a build. Really just Firewall with adding the Familiar. That's really that simple. It's pretty much exactly the Firewall leveling build I always play. Just linked in the description. The only thing is we add the Familiar instead of... I don't even know what it was on the bar. Probably like Ice Armor or so. You basically just choose all the new passives. You have enough skill points. I mean, we're getting there, but it's already 4 hours in. It's really a long time. It's probably still half an hour to go. But yeah, this is definitely the most boring leveling phase I ever had. Really, really boring. I don't even know if this ritual gives more XP than just roaming. Because the thread building probably gives you more XP. Because this one also doesn't really spawn any elites. It's hard to know. I'm gonna check. I really think the ritual will not give you so much XP. Just missing the mine cages. If you have the mine cages with the ritual, that kind of makes sense, but... 57. I mean, now it doesn't give any XP. Kind of strange. This event seems to give, like, way less XP than it used to. So after I have like the thread basically going down, I will go back to the summoning event, and then I will kind of compare. The thread building is like so slow without mine cages. This really feels bad. I don't even finish my like thread bar. I've been like going on here like for... I mean, I almost like cleared the entire Helltide here. Like, this definitely also has been reset to like some kind of a state before Season 4. Thank you. Oh well. But my internet is scuffed. The bar is still not filled. Why does it take so long? I mean, right now it's the fastest way because there's no access to Infernal Hordes. So I assume there will be access to Infernal Hordes when this game launches. At least that's my hope. Because Helltide is really... It takes a long time. And it's freaking boring. So I really, really hope there's gonna be Infernal Hordes. Comes the Hellborn. Gone, bro. Right, so that was like half a level. In like 10 minutes or something like that, I would assume. Let's go back to the event and see. Yeah, it seems like, right? I mean, it seems like lots of this is pre-season 4. Like the life on hit stat is missing. I think other stats are missing as well. I haven't really checked what stats on gear are also missing, but life on hit is definitely missing, which is also pre-season 4. There was something else which was pre-season 4. I don't even remember what it was. This is also not significantly faster, honestly. But I'm really looking forward to like an all-fire build, maybe. Maybe a burning build can finally work. With the familiar giving like extra burning damage and an extra burning source. And Hydra. It's like basically 6 extra stacks of Conjuration Mastery for a burning build is actually quite a big deal. I think they said that Hordes is like bugged right now, but they didn't really say when they're gonna patch it in. This is also 24. 54, 54, okay, pretty much the same, who cares? So I guess we're gonna get level 60 with this Helltide for sure. Opening the chests. I'm gonna start opening the chest at like 58.5. I assume the chest is gonna give me 1.5 levels. Gotta be careful, somebody's gonna spawn in Hellbone here. No, never noticed that. I mean, I just did like roughly 10 minutes for half level. Now I'm like at roughly 5 minutes for half level. So this still seems to be double the XP of just roaming Helltide. I don't even know why, because it basically just spawns normal mobs. But, you know, there definitely seems to be like some kind of an XP adjustment in this event. So these normal mobs give more XP than the other normal mobs, like around in Helltide. I can also turn in my favors. So yeah, I'm gonna at 58 and a half. I'm gonna open the chests, and then it's gonna be enough for 60. Oh, there's an Hellborn. Kill him. Or maybe we should look at the 11.5. 11.5. What a coincidence. This was definitely a pain, I have to say. They should just please remove the yellow items. Oh god. How I hate the yellow items. Like 2 more than chests, then can go for torment. And we can see how like a build on this actually does in pit. Yeah, they have plans for yellows, you know? They said they have plans for the yellows, so they cannot be removed. I don't understand, like, why they cannot be removed, and then if their plans are done, they can be put in again, but, you know. I guess they have plans for yellows. I bet you the plan for yellows is gonna be, like, next season, the pit is gonna auto-salvage them, just like in D3. That's probably their plan for yellows. Right after this, I'm gonna open chests. Alright. Go for them chests. What is the item level we have right now? 700? Probably in like another... So 700 has 151 life. This is 114. So the items still have like another 50% better stats at 700. Let's remove some of the lower ones I have here. Yeah, so it's gonna be easy 60. Yeah, I don't understand the gear scaling as well. Also, the gear below item level 600 is like literally 4 times worse than 600. And then from 600, it starts scaling normal again. So the scaling from 600 to 750 seems to be linear. But the scaling below 600 seems to be very, very strange. Like the maximum life affixes don't really scale at all. Not sure what's like about all that. Yeah, so I could have probably even started at like level 58 to just open chests to get 60. But probably like 420 would be time if I would have started this earlier. Oh, there's a Hellborn. Hellborn with Suppressor. Everybody's dream. Two more. Two more Chesterinos. Okay. It's the last chest, I guess. So yeah. We have roughly 4.5 hours, so you can definitely get this in below 4. And probably even get this in like 3.5 if you're like really pushing it. But it's still like a pretty painful grind, and nobody really knows how the Paragon grind is gonna be. So now let's check how far this will go in the pit before we close. Without changing any gear. So you would have Paragon points, right? But you wouldn't have enough Paragon points at this stage to satisfy more than this first board. So we really just... Well, we don't even have glyphs. Interesting. So we have the Eliminator glyph, it seems like, but nothing else. And I don't think we can satisfy this. Oh no, it has int, okay. So this is probably something you could do at the very beginning with the Paragon points you have, somewhere around this. I don't even know why there's like no glyphs, so they probably don't drop. I don't know where they were supposed to drop. Maybe they drop in the next difficulty tier. So let's go to... Oh, this one doesn't have a difficulties thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna go to like tier 30 or something like that. I mean, I would have to do one more iteration on gear, but I really don't want to do it. Because this character is basically for deletion, right? But you would usually now, what you would do is you would do one more gear iteration, but I'm not doing it. So I'm just gonna kill all this gear now. But let's see how far we can get with this. What? Oh, you need to do the pit first. Alright, I remember. I mean, without potion, without anything, right? Without retempering, whatever, just random aspects. So, I'm probably gonna... Okay, so we probably go directly to Torment 1, right? Let's do that first. Yeah, this is no issue. So probably like we can even go to like 30, 35 maybe or something like that. But since we don't have glyphs, I don't know where the glyphs are supposed to be dropping. It's like all pretty unclear to me. Because glyphs used to like start dropping very early before level 50 already, and I haven't seen a single glyph dropping. So maybe they just drop in Torment. I hate these new pit layouts. They're so horrible. Like, the old ones were much more linear, and these new ones are like always dead ends and stuff like that. I mean, these are like, I'm not doing proper damage, right? It's just for a fact. I mean, we should probably have Burning Instinct by now already. I don't even know how many Paragon points you would have. Yeah, this like these layouts are just, I don't even know. It's like out of control. It's so horrible. I don't know why they did that. Like, the old pits were completely fine. Like, why did they do this? Like, nobody complained about the layouts of the old pits, right? Like, everybody liked the layouts of the old pits, basically. Sometimes you had the bug where, like, you know, if you would enter the portal too early, that you would run out of mobs on the second floor. But everybody used to know that, so you would just catch some extra mob if you would find the portal, like, super early. So yeah, we only have one glyph to upgrade. So now we have to go to the statue, right? Now we can enter Torment. Glyph on the ground? I didn't see any glyph on the ground. Maybe I'm blind. So let's do Torment 2. Now that's probably not gonna work. Let's do like 30. Nah, I'm not gonna go back. Where should I go? I'm not gonna go... Nah, I'm not going in the freaking pit again. Was it in the chest? I mean, I didn't even see it. Honestly, I don't even look at these things. Because the chest used to never drop anything. It's gonna be in the lost items cache, right? Probably. I don't even know. Okay, so like tier 30 is already pretty much too beefy for this build. I mean, I will finish it, but... Oh dear. As you can see, I don't really have the AoE required for this. It's clearable, but... this is a very weak build at this stage, right? So this would just need good amount of iterations. Like, just by switching the weapon, I would double my damage. But I mean, it's still working, right? I mean, I'm getting along. Like, for like a completely starter build out of... out of nothing. Interesting how the boss is gonna scale in this one. But yeah, I mean, at this stage you would probably like switch to something like Blizzard, right? Because this is really not gonna scale. Like, even if you scale this, this is not gonna be a very pleasant build because it's just missing crowd control. And you don't really want to play this. So this would be a good time to switch to like Blizzard, probably. But I mean, as you can see, it still works, like, for just being like a completely cheap leveling build. And really, I don't have any... I didn't even like temper any, you know, overpowered aspects, like Storm Swell or whatever. The Storm Swell wouldn't really do anything, but... Like, no, Shredding Blades, no Conceited... No Edge Master. I really didn't use anything but the Serpentine and the two damage over time aspects. Which one doesn't really do anything because I need crowd control, which I don't have. So yeah, I mean, it would be good for entering Torment 2, I guess. So I guess you can easily use this build to enter Torment 2, because, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do the... I could do the level 35 easy, but it would still be time to switch the build at this point. Because I really don't see a reason to push with this build into, like, Torment 2, instead of just switching first. Like, it's really nothing like holding you off from switching. This is probably gonna be my DAS. Oh. Pretty tanky. My mana gets yellow, that's the shrine. You have the infinite mana, like the channeling shrine. No. I mean, I have no clue, honestly, because... but I don't think so. I think Torment 1, everything seems to be 750. I think from Torment 1, everything is max level. I mean, we will see after I finish this. Kind of fun playing this build though. Imagine like the life on hit would be here, then it would be freaking tanky as well. Oh, I'm out of potions. I mean, you just have to look at the rewards, right? I mean, I cannot tell you. I'm just speculating here. So these are 750, right? So these are from the last pit. So everything from Torment 1 upwards will be 750. I think it's just locked to your character level. I think as soon as you're level 60, everything is going to be 750. I don't think it has anything to do with Torment at all. Maybe it has something to do with Torment 1 as well, but I think it's tied to your character level. Right, let's see what this boss does. That's easy, right? So, I mean, you could even push this like a little further. But it, like, definitely I would prefer, like, Blizzard, for example, over this build. The damage is alright. So where's the glyph? I don't see a glyph. Maybe it's just random. But yeah, so you get the 750 gear here. So you could just use this to switch to a Blizzard right now, right? So this... I mean, this has like 77 DPS less and this is one hand. But yeah, overall it's a pretty heavy grind. And now it really depends on the Paragon XP. I mean, this wasn't too slow, right? I mean, I gained 215 to 216. I mean, this doesn't look like the XP is going to be absolutely crazy because, you know, even by doing the lower pit, I, you know, got like probably half a Paragon level or something like that. So I don't think it's going to be horrible, but it's still going to take a while. So yeah, but we made it like level 1 to 60, 4.5 hours, pretty slow. And yeah, sorry for the bad internet connection. I have no clue what's going on. But I'm excited for, you know, actually testing the good items. Let's see what it's gonna get. So